Mic check, 1, 2, 3. Mic check, 1, 2, 3.
Good morning. Welcome to the May 28th meeting of Hamilton City Council. We have quorum. I would ask that all members stand for the national anthem. If you have a hat, please remove it. Thank you. Please be seated. We have quorum for today's meeting. Joining me in council chambers, Councillor Ted McMeekin, Alex Wilson, Tom Jackson, Craig Kazar, Councillor Tammy Wang, Mark Taddison, Jeff Beattie, Cameron Kretsch, beg your pardon, Brad Clark. Joining me online, Councillor Narinder Nan, Matt Francis, Esther Pauls, and Mayor Andrea Horvath. The City of Hamilton is situated upon the traditional territories of the Erie, Neutral, Huron-Wendat, Haudenosaunee, and Mississaugas. This land is covered by the Dish with One Spoon Wampum Belt Covenant, which was an agreement between the Haudenosaunee and the Anishinaabe to share and care for the resources around the Great Lakes. We further acknowledge that this land is covered by the Between the Lakes Purchase, 1792, between the Crown and the Mississaugas of the Credit First Nation. Today, the City of Hamilton is home to many Indigenous peoples from across Turtle Island, and we recognize we must do more to learn about the rich history of this land so that we can better understand our roles as residents, neighbors, partners, and caretakers. If you are joining us in council chamber, if you could please turn your electronic devices to a non-audible function during this meeting so that we're not interrupted. Thank you. Approval of agenda, the agenda. I understand Councillor Nan has asked to amend the agenda in order to consider the GIC minutes immediately following the approval of the minutes of the previous meeting. Are there any other further amendments to this agenda? Recognizing Councillor Kretsch.
I'd like to ask the same for AFNA as I have an amendment to an item there. And just for notice to everyone, 4 of us will be leaving here at approximately noon today as we go to the Federation of Canadian Municipalities in Ottawa. And so just wanting to move that item up to make sure it makes it in before I have to go.
Any further amendments? Seeing none, a motion to approve as amended. Councillor Beattie, seconded by Councillor Wang. All those in favor, please raise your hand of that amended agenda. Thank you. Councillors, you have just been notified that 4 of our colleagues will be leaving at noon, so I will impress upon you the value of efficiency and expediency in your deliberations. Any declarations of interest? Seeing none. There are no ceremonial activities this morning. A motion to approve the minutes of May 7th, 2025, moved by Councillor Tom Jackson, seconded by Councillor Craig Kazar. Any discussion on the minutes? I don't see any. Please indicate your support with a raise of hand. That carries. Okay. As per our approved change to the agenda, we will be considering the general issues. Committee report of May 21st, 2025. I'm going to look to Councillor Alex Wilson. If you could just shuffle over and retrieve that piece of paper from the, thank you. I need a motion to receive, approve the recommendations within the GIC Committee's open and closed minutes of May 21st, 2025, and receive the correspondence item.
You may. It is moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Jackson that the GIC 25007, being the minutes of the GIC meeting held on Wednesday, May 21st, be received and the recommendations contained therein be approved, that the closed session minutes of the GIC meeting held on Wednesday, May 21st, 2025 be approved as presented and remain confidential, and that the following correspondence item be received, which is correspondence from Sean Barak respecting minute item 8.6 of report PED 25082.
Thank you for stepping in there, Councillor Alex Wilson. Councillor Nan has an amendment to item 8.6 respecting report PED 25082, interim report on 1828 King Street East building collapse and preliminary review of enforcement processes related to the building structure safety. Councillor Nan, would you please introduce your amendment?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Would it also be appropriate at this time to speak in general to 8.6 and then at the appropriate time table the amending motion?
As you wish.
Thank you. I appreciate it, and really appreciate the leniency and consideration on behalf of our council colleagues to move this agenda item up for those of us going to FCM. Deputy Mayor, I reviewed the GIC meeting via video on this item and throughout the entire agenda, and appreciate the deliberations that took place last week on it. I do want to acknowledge the difference between vacant heritage and non-heritage buildings. Those points were really well raised by my colleagues, and appreciated the clarity around the granting authority to enforce work in these kind of scenarios has some gaps for us as a municipality. But it was also clear that discretionarily seeking compliance is also part of the problem and what is leading to some of the negative experiences that we've been having in our city. I also appreciate the acting director identifying the need for consistent application of enforcement for standards of maintenance and safety of properties, especially when they're vacant, and appreciate that there is an entire vacant building strategy and ongoing work and updates happening there. Where we experience some challenges, I think, on behalf of our residents is what feels like an unreasonable timeline that starts to infuriate our residents and honestly, in my opinion, erode some public trust and confidence. I also appreciate that this report is speaking specifically to the buildings in the Gore. However, it also speaks to some of the systemic policy issues that span beyond it and apply citywide, which are leading to some serious public safety concerns. My colleagues will know that in Ward 3 on King Street, also at the corner of East Avenue near the downtown gates and kitty corner to St. Patrick's Elementary School and adjacent to small local communities or businesses, as well as on Ottawa Street near Dunsmuir with a shared fence line with Memorial Elementary School on a thriving commercial corridor and a vital community street, we've seen buildings in state of disrepair, neglect, that continue to attract criminal and negative behavior, public safety, and neighborhood pride concerns. They've become sites of constant reports to Hamilton Police Services, to fire, to MLE, and to the building division. And in the case of the building on I understand that staff are preparing a report to update council on where we're at in terms of the demolition that's required in order to bring the unsafe structures down and helping restore public safety in terms of pedestrian access after multiple years of non-compliance on the part of the previous building owner. In the case of the two residential buildings damaged in fire, which share a fence line with Memorial Elementary School on Ottawa Street, the buildings have been deemed in poor condition by our building division, but not requiring demolition. And I happened to be there when the third building among those vacant buildings lit up on fire last week. And it reinforced the concern in our community about the negligence of vacant buildings, but also a deep inquiry about how can the municipality actually address this. So if I could just quickly, I know that was a long preamble, Deputy Mayor, but I needed to catch up by not being there at GIC and ask staff if there's anything that this report currently covers that speaks to proactive assessment of neighborhood experiences of unsafe building structures as a result of fire, as a result of neglect, as a result of partial collapse, and how that might be addressed in some of the recommendations, as well as what we might be anticipating coming back in the report this fall.
Thank you, Councillor Nan. We're just going to see Acting Director Dan Smith have a seat at the bench. If you just give him one moment. Good morning, Acting Director.
Good morning. Dan Smith, Acting Director, Licensing and Bylaw Services, through you to the council. So that report, what we've identified are some gaps in enforcement, some inconsistencies in how our authorities are applied. What we're going to be bringing back in Q4 of this year in the final report will be situations where we'll be addressing some of those concerns, some of those gaps, the inconsistencies. The work has already started. We're looking for opportunities now to expedite services and coordinate our efforts with other internal divisions within the city and our external stakeholders, such as Hamilton Police Services.
Thank you. Appreciate that, and truly appreciating the conversation we've been having over the multiple weeks leading up to this report as well. Through you, Deputy Mayor, so if I could, specifically around those public safety concerns, would the external stakeholders include the school community?
Acting Director.
Through the chair to the councillor, yes, we can include the school community in the review of our work and information we'll bring back in the report.
Appreciated. If I could, through you, Deputy Mayor, the amending motion, I understand the clerk has the language, and I apologize to my colleagues, I wasn't able to circulate it in advance. But what I'm seeking to do is have staff report back on suggested revisions to the demolition control bylaw to enhance the city's ability to address public safety concerns of vacant, derelict, residential and commercial buildings that are known to attract criminal activity, pests, and vermin, and that pose a greater safety risk, including but not limited to being adjacent to schools as sensitive land use areas. And that would be moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Crutch.
Thank you, Councillor Nan. Clerk Trenum kindly put the amending wording on the screen. It's been duly moved and seconded. Are there any comments or questions with the amending motion? Councillor Wayne.
Thank you. Just a quick question on the timing for the report back, but also how far back could we potentially look at this, because we do have other buildings that have come in front of Planning Committee Chair that we have denied because the building condition was fine to be up, but councillors have already expressed a lot of these challenges and issues. So I'm just thinking, like, how is this an opportunity to go retroactive or go back and look at all of the different building permits, demolition permits in the past? I don't know.
I'll ask staff to speak to it, but I think this is a future focus in terms of we have this inventory. It's posing a risk of various sorts, and we have identified some gaps, but I'll let staff, if anyone wished to speak to that matter, and I'm looking at Chief Building Officer Robert Lally.
Good morning, Rob Lally, Director of Building. Through the chair, those applications for demolition permit would have come forward through as a report, and the results of that report then would have been conveyed back to the applicant. So depending on how far back we go, those applications may have been canceled. They may have withdrawn those applications based on the decision at committee. So we'd have to take all of that information into consideration. But a new application could be submitted.
Okay. Thank you. That was just my thought process. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor. Any further comments on this? Councillor Kretsch, are you on the amendment? Thank you.
Very briefly, due to expedience, just to say that as someone who was involved in moving the demolition control bylaw so we could have it come back and actually have those conversations, I'm very supportive of this, and I was going to work with folks in city staff anyways to do this very thing. So it's very timely of Councillor Nan to do this. I think it's very important for us to consider this because right now what we're hearing is that we're doing a certain type of inspection, but we're maybe not taking other things into account when we're just deciding whether or not a building is unsafe to remain. And we've had some, frankly, weird situations where it's like on the line or close to the line or not really sure or this back and forth. And I think what this will do is actually solve the problem. It'll have us do a different kind of analysis, perhaps look at other things when we're thinking about whether or not a building should be demolished. So it's not putting everybody in a weird position. I know there's places in Ward 2 where there are buildings that are like this. And if we review this, I think it'll maybe have a positive impact on the community in the end. So grateful for Councillor Nan putting this forward.
Thank you. I don't see any further speakers on this amendment, so we'll seek your support or detraction on it now with an electronic vote. The vote is up. Almost. Mine's loading, so thumbs up for me. For me, yep. Sorry, that carries 15-0. Thank you. Thank you. Any other items that members would wish to speak to, recognizing Councillor Jackson?
Thank you. Good morning, Deputy Mayor Maureen Wilson. Item 8.7, could I have a separate vote on that, please? It's the grant for the Centenary Methodist Church to establish a mid-sized performance venue at 24 Main Street West. I voted against this last week. It was a split vote of 7-5 in favor. And just a quick recap, this is about the city granting $900,000 to the New Vision Congregation of the United Church of Canada for converting, I guess, part of the facility, if approved, to a music hall under the Music Hall Alliance arrangement. I won't go into a lot of detail of my concerns, but I worry, first of all, the $900,000 going to a facility that we don't own concerns me quite a bit. Secondly, if you saw in the detail of the report, Deputy Mayor Maureen Wilson, there's a further $2.8 million need down the road, wherever that might come from. But I guess I've been around long enough to know that once an amount is given to a particular organization and they have greater needs down the road, they may not hesitate, not in all circumstances, but then the door is open for them to potentially come back for a second round of funding, which would be very concerning to me. And a number of my constituents, I can tell you, the concerns, calls, the emails I received were all very much opposed to granting this $900,000 to this organization. Some of them did some homework for me and showed me that the United Church of Canada nationwide has about $240 million in their assets and reserves. And we're questioning why the United Church of Canada couldn't do some other property sales to help this New Vision Church downtown. So as much as in theory this is a noble cause, to help revitalize downtown overall. Taxpayers are getting more and more concerned, especially in my ward, of the amount of money going out for a particular initiative such as this. And I think Councillor Spadafora did an outstanding job last week referencing a church in his ward that I'm very, very familiar with, who are under a $10 to $12 million renovation and expansion and are raising money all through their own donors, memberships, and seeking private funding as well. And I think that would have been the proper way to go. So I would just ask for a separate vote on 8.7. Thank you, Deputy Mayor Wilson.
Thank you. We'll certainly entertain a separate vote on 8.7. We can do that now if there are any further speakers on the item. Councillor Clark, followed by Councillor Nan, please.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Wilson. I'm not going to support item 8.7. While this council and I have supported many grants to different churches for social programming that's in the community, that's serving the poor. This is a capital investment that is turning the church into a music hall. There's no guarantee that that is going to happen. There's no guarantee that they're going to get the extra $2.8 million. And if they don't, I would suspect that they will be coming back to City Hall saying, well, we need that money. You've already invested $1 million. Why not invest more? I think it is the wrong precedent to be setting to be supporting faith-based organizations for their capital programs for their own property. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Nan, please.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Speaking in favor of the report recommendations, just a reminder to my colleagues, last term, there was a motion that I was proud to move on behalf of many who organized in the community that spoke to and identified the lack of multi-purpose community use of space. And inside of the consultations that city staff did with those multi-stakeholder public and community-based organizations and individuals, it was identified that arts-based space as well as meeting-based spaces are desperately needed. And as we've been experiencing music venues in the downtown core closing, the size of this venue, which has already operated as a music venue, is actually helping address a really critical gap. So for those of you who are joining the council this term, I just wanted to make sure that there was some context here that this is a multi-year strategy and a multi-year effort that has gone into this. So it speaks to not only our economic development strategy, not only our cultural strategy, it also addresses our community engagement and community use kind of criterias and goals as an organization, as a municipality, and fundamentally supporting the public continuing to do good, uplifting work in our community that so many of us rely on. This would be a facility that would be available for folks to use from across the city. It's not just about downtown people being able to use this venue. It really is leveraging an existing asset across the street from City Hall, or kitty corner to it at least, to help meet some of those targets and outcomes that we've identified over 2 terms of council. They're also embedded inside of the agreement for the $900,000, which are coming from reserves that were dedicated towards this kind of effort. Inside of the city funds is the arrangement for city use. And so we could start being, very specific about teasing out that this is a faith-based organization. Fundamentally, I see it as an institution, and the municipality is already in partnerships around use agreements as well. So if we think about the Braille Center, for example, across the street with McMaster University, the city has rights and arrangements for use of that facility based on the type of event we would want to host as a municipality. This would be no different. And it enables us to diversify the kind of programming that we're able to support in the community. But also this infusion also helps transform that location into a more multi-purpose space. There is the prospect and availability not only to focus on the music hall, but for the collaborative of people who've come together over the years to really start to enhance this facility so that it can fulfill its real purpose in our community. So happy to support. Thank you.
Councillor Kassar.
Yeah, thank you, Deputy Mayor. I'm also very supportive of this. I was not there at GIC when this report was presented, but I've taken the time to read and ask staff some questions. But we've all talked in different ways about the need to support downtown revitalization, to bring people downtown, to support local businesses. That's what this will do. I've been to this music hall, and I can see the potential that's there. And it supports our tourism strategy and the nighttime economy that the Chamber of Commerce has been advocating for. So a lot of pluses there. Just addressing the comments around, other churches are raising money privately. Now, this is not the United Church. This is a separate organization, as I understand it. It doesn't fit with the United Church's mandate, so they would not, I don't see how they would dedicate money to this. It's a separate not-for-profit, and it is about economic development, which is what we need. So, it's curious to see the opposition, but understand the points being made. However, I see it very differently. We've given grants to other desirable development in downtown and other locations. I think this is another example where it'll add a fill-in niche of a mid-size concert hall and a performance center, and it's a very, very good investment in my opinion. So I'll be supporting. Thank you.
Mayor Horvath.
Thanks very much, Deputy Mayor Wilson, and thank you once again for taking on the council meeting on my behalf. I've learned I can't turn pages and very uncoordinated with use of my left hand only, so I'm not quite ready to chair a long meeting, which of course we're trying not to have a long meeting. And so I'm going to say that many of the points that have already been raised regarding this issue are ones that I share in terms of support for the project. I mean, we can't talk about downtown revitalization and downtown safety and having more people downtown. We can't talk about a music city and uplifting our city in terms of our commitment to really doing everything we can to continue to be seen as and operate as a music city without making sure that the infrastructure is available. And for me, that's what I'm very, very concerned about. Councillor Nan was correct. We are losing facilities, private facilities as well. And as a city, when there's an opportunity to undertake a partnership with an organization that fills a lot of different needs and does so from a not-for-profit perspective, I think it's a win-win. I would also say we've just had a conversation about buildings falling down in our downtown. That conversation is going to continue on for the next couple of months. We'll get another report back. But when these kinds of institutions, these kinds of buildings, if you will, are not given the attention that they need and the opportunity to transform into something new in a new age, they're lost to the public. And so for many reasons, I'm very supportive of this. And I do want to reiterate the reality, the fact that the Economic Development Department has a reserve specifically to invest in economic development initiatives that are supportive of our economy and of some of the, and I think these have already been outlined, so I'm not going to repeat them, but some of the stated objectives and goals that this council and previous councils, frankly, have supported and have pushed forward. A city doesn't grow and thrive on its own. There has to be leadership, there has to be tough decisions, and criticism will come for sure. But 10 years from now, 20 years from now, when that building falls down and people say, why didn't the council of the day, get involved in making sure that that wonderful facility could be utilized for the long haul? That's what I see in this particular decision. And I'll just say two last things. One, very quickly, I was at the Junos. I had the opportunity to be there in Vancouver not too long ago in April. And there were a handful of different facilities of different sizes and actually private sector venues as well that were engaged in that celebration, if you will, of Canadian music. We will be hosting that next year. We need to have venues of different sizes for different kinds of activities as well. But we're also and have before hosting and are hosting the Ontario Country Music Awards. We've done the Canadian Country Music Awards as well here. People love our city. They know our history, particularly in the music sector. So let's make sure that we are not only making a decision that's important for today, but for tomorrow. I would just, my last point is, let's not forget that there's almost $300 million being invested a stone's throw away from this facility in terms of our arena project. As we know, we have, Andrea Bocelli already booked. In fact, the booking was the most quickly sold out and most lucrative of all of his tours up until that time. I don't know whether that's changed subsequently. We've got the investment and the commitment coming from Maddie Madison. We've got a really significant opportunity to continue on that trajectory of the Music City. But we can't do it if we continue to lose our assets and our spaces for music to happen, both at the big level, like at the arena, or at a more adequate venue for a smaller type of performance. And so for those reasons, I'll be supporting this and hope we get enough support to move this project forward. Thank you.
Councillor Wang on 8-7.
Yes, Deputy Mayor, similar to what we heard from Councillor Nan, Councillor Kassar, and Mayor Horvath, I'm also in support of this. I didn't have the opportunity or the privilege to serve at last council, but I had the opportunity to serve as a public sector in economic development last term. And I will tell you that this has been a long-standing note and action within the Economic Development Action Plan. Just as Councillor Kassar said, it is absolutely crucial in terms of how we look at our nighttime economy, how we look at our downtown revitalization. This has been in the works and planned since General Manager Jason Thorne was here, and Director Glenn Norton was the Director of Economic Development. It has been a significant piece of how economic development has positioned the downtown and the value proposition for Hamilton's Music City. So from a former staffer's perspective, this is something that has been in the works for a long time, and I think that now is the right opportunity to continue to support, just as we see the decline or the challenges of the downtown. And we do need to add these investments in order to revitalize and make downtown what it used to be. Thank you.
Councillor Taddison, please, on 8-7.
It's on 8-7, thanks. I'm going to support this. And for me, this is about city building. And I go back to a story that's been resonating in my brain for about 15 years when a previous council did not choose to invest a couple $1 million and we could have had a velodrome in our downtown, which would have brought so much investment, would have brought so much competition, would have brought so many athletes from outside of our city. We could have been an athletic hub here. And I've always been remiss that that council at that time did not take that opportunity to seize that moment and invest. And so for me, I know this is a much smaller venue, but this is also about city building, and that's why I'm going to support this. And but I will say that I will not be supporting further funding down the road. I think this is going to have to fly on its own, but this will be a good starter. Thank you.
Councillor Beattie.
Thank you, Chair, and through you. I had the pleasure of touring the facility when we were all newly elected, and I appreciate the words that are going around the table. I'm not going to support it, but I wanted to explain my reasoning. As much as this is a well-intentioned project, as all of the statements that have been made here are valid, I understand from all perspectives. The perspective that I'm bringing to the table on my vote and my decision on this is that more and more every day I'm receiving comments and concerns from the constituents in my community that are asking us to show restraint. And optically, I think it has to start by saying no to certain projects. As well-intended as they are, we can't just keep saying yes over and over and over. I understand the funding source, I understand the parameters at play. We have to signal to members of our community that we have restraint, that we're able to say no, not now, it's not no forever, but in this instance, I think that's what the general public is looking to us to do, at least a majority.
There are no further speakers on this. Yes, there are. I'll recognize Councillor Pauls.
Thank you, Chair. And last week I had a tough time trying to figure out how I was going to vote. And I agree with every councillor that supports this. This is a very important area where we do need city building and all that. My only discomfort was, like Councillor Beatty said, that people want us to show restraint on our taxes. But above that, I did vote yes. But I called this week before I decided on my vote, a few of the staff, and I asked them clearly, did you ever discuss a loan? Did you ever discuss, we'll give you a loan when you get back on your feet because you're going to rent it, pay it back. We do that all the time with other issues, like with the hockey rink up on the East End. So that was my discomfort, that really that wasn't even on the table. And I wish it was. If it was on the table and we heard, oh, they can't accept it, obviously a lot of people can receive loans and pay it later. We do that with everything in our life, buying a house, whatever. So that in itself, I wish it was done. So I am having a hard time. I do love to support it because we need it. We need it for music, like the mayor said. You're absolutely right. But after talking to staff, and they said not once did they mention a loan, a repayment, no interest, nothing, just a loan. When you get back on your feet, when gets so successful, which it will be, which I'm glad it will be, which we need it, then, you could pay us back. And so I'm still having a hard time how to vote. I really am. I voted yes, and then I did a little bit of inquiry. And everything that the councillors are supporting, I agree with you. You're absolutely right. So I'm still having a hard time, but I want to thank for everybody that supports it, and the ones that have a little bit of reservation, I understand too. So thank you.
Thank you. So we'll go, we've have a second, Councillor Cretch, please.
Thanks. I made my comments at council already about why I support this project and about the value I think it's going to add. And frankly, previous speakers addressed all those topics, including more. But I do want to say, in response to what Councillor Beatty raised, and I understand his point optically about trying to send signals to the public. Look, if this council wants to start talking about the amount of money we spend on individual things, we can do that, and we can have a comparison dollar for dollar. There are multiple millions of dollars we spent on things I've voted against. We could have easily signaled all kinds of things about fiscal restraint. There are expansions to highways, all kinds of things that cost multiple millions of dollars exponentially compared to this that we don't have to do, but we're doing them. So I really think it's important for us to have a values-based discussion around these kinds of things, what value they bring to the table, not a dollars and cents conversation, because I'm afraid if I held up the other side of the equation, it'd be a losing argument.
There are no further speakers on this item, so we're going to have a separate vote on 8.7. Then we're going to go back to the GIC minutes as amended. On 8.7, please. Order, please. So we just had a little, we need to recast the vote, please. We just had a faux pas, a glitch. On 8.7, a separate vote, if you can recast your vote, please. The vote is up. Thank you. That carries 10-5. We'll go back to the GIC minutes as amended for your consideration, please, with an electronic vote. The vote is up. Thank you. That carries 15-0. We had an approved change to the agenda at the start of this meeting, so we're now going to go to, excuse me, 7.4, which are the AFA minutes. So Councillor Spatafora, just to give you a heads up, may I please have a motion to receive and approve the recommendations within the Audit, Finance, and Administration Committee minutes of May 22nd, 2025, and receive the correspondence items.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Wilson. It's moved by myself, seconded by Vice Chair Councillor Jeff Beattie, that AFNA 25-007 be in the minutes of the Audit, Finance, and Administration Committee meeting held on Thursday, May 22nd. Item 7.4 be received and the recommendations contained therein be approved, and that the following correspondent items be received: correspondence from Lou Purino and correspondence from Kelly Strawn. Thank you.
Thank you. I understand, Councillor Kretsch, you have an amendment for Council's consideration. Would you like to introduce it now, please?
Yes, and if clerks wouldn't mind putting it up on the screen, I circulated it to everybody when I got it from staff with final changes yesterday, and I'll just summarize what the intention is here.
This is for item 8.5, report FCS 25028, review of community benefits charges. My apologies for interrupting you. I negated to identify the report.
It's okay, interrupt away, I don't mind. And so, yeah, it's to allow there to be, it's still being repealed as being asked, but it'll come back in 2027 and there'll be a review of the community benefits charges. At the Audit, Finance, and Administration Committee, a bunch of concerns were raised about the table that we saw in the appendix showing the kinds of things. And in fact, a delegate who came to speak to the item also raised the same concerns from the development industry about, look, are these the kinds of things that we think should be community benefits charges should be spent on? And so it raised some questions. And so I've asked staff, look, can we review and have a look at those kinds of things, look at what the money's been spent on, but also can we make sure we're getting back to having the potential for a policy to be introduced in July 2027 again? Right now, the way that the current amendment is written, it leaves it open-ended, and so that could be as late as 2034. So I think it's important for us to review the program, look at it, understand whether or not it makes sense for us to continue it, and I think a 2-year period is fine for that. This is proposed by staff because it was already coming back as part of something else, a suite of other things happening in 2027 anyways. So I think this is a pretty mild amendment. It's allowing us to still achieve the result from the recommendations in the report, but it's having it come back in a more timely manner for us to consider what we do with the funds, how it works, and if it's serving the community as it was intended to do. Hope you'll support it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Spatafora on the amendment.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. 2 questions for me. I'm pretty sure I'm good with supporting it. Just 2 questions for GM Zagaric. One, if at the time or just before the time of the date change to 2027, if whoever's in this chair at that time or around this table at that time would have the ability to move that back another year, if markets are still soft, if we're still sitting in a situation that's not great. That's my first question. My second question is in Part B, I'm hoping and assuming that that language provides a safeguard that we're not going to be moving around projects that don't have funding allocation and bringing new projects in that would fall directly on the levy. So those would be my only 2 questions. If they're answered the way I'm hoping they are, then I'm supportive.
GM Zagaric, please.
Through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, Mike Zagaric, General Manager, Finance Corporate Services. With respect to community benefit charges, municipalities have the authority under the Planning Act to introduce a community benefit charge. So it is the authority of council to introduce a CBC as well as the timing for the CBC. Therefore, in 2027, again, the proposed motion makes reference to alignment with our DC review, more specifically our review of development charge exemptions and discounts, and that is targeted for June. This would follow July of 2027. It would be at the discretion of council to defer or to approve at that time. With respect to reviewing the projects, as I understand, subsection B, the recommendation speaks to examining the alignment of the funds to current projects and examining the opportunity to find levy or rate funded projects that are social infrastructure projects with a growth component that better aligns with community interest or needs.
Councillor. You're good. Councillor Clark.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Just a couple of questions to staff. So can I get an understanding? The province changed the rules with regards to community benefits, and ostensibly it is now taking up what used to be development charges. So are you content that this motion enables this municipality to continue with what were development charges but now are community benefit charges? And is this in line with the legislation? Thank you.
Through the chair, I'll answer the last question first. This is in alignment with the legislation. The legislation requires a municipality to undertake a strategy or a background study that is referenced in the motion that's before you, leading up to a discussion in 2027, as well with respect to the sort of replacement of development charges. The CBCs, while they were a new tool that were introduced when the province eliminated some services from the Development Charge Act, thereby reducing the municipality's ability to cover growth-related costs or DCs, community benefit charges do not fill that gap. And so that continues to be a deficit in terms of growth-related funding for municipalities, and in part, that drove the strategy as it relates to the current bylaw and the projects that were identified under the current bylaw.
Second question, if I may, Deputy Mayor. Will the background study report that comes back clearly articulate what the loss of those development charges that we used to be able to charge, and now that the province has eliminated them, how much of a cost will it be on the taxpayers? Because someone has to pay.
Through the chair, we're happy to include that in the report as content as it relates to the foregone revenue for services such as airports, such as parking structures. And again, happy to include that in the report back.
Do you need direction for that, or are you content that you will capture it in the report?
Through the chair, documenting, having direction is always helpful, just in case it gets lost.
So I would look to the mover. Are you comfortable adding that to your amendment?
Sure thing.
Thank you.
Just for the public's edification and for your colleagues, can we have a brief summary of the additional, the adage, please?
Yeah, it's that staff would report back on foregone revenue as a result of changes to the Development Charges Act.
Just going to look to clerks to make sure it's captured. Thank you. I'm seeing a nod. Any further comment or question on this item? Councillor Critch?
Just I forgot to say you were my seconder for this item, and so I should do that for the record.
Oh, always overlooked, yeah. Thank you. It is duly moved and seconded. We'll vote on the amendment, which is an amendment to the report 8.5. Thank you. That carries 15-0. We're back to 7.4 in its entirety. The AFA minutes, if I can have your vote. AFA minutes as amended, please. The vote is up. Thank you. That carries 15-0. So if you're following along, we're going to jump back up to items for consideration. Thank you, colleagues. I will call for order in this chamber. This is the people's chamber. Democratic deliberations are very important for the functioning fully of the city. Order, please. Thank you. Order. Thank you.
Councillor in this chamber will respond to an issue affects the entire city of Hamilton, every taxpayer, and the councillor sitting here. issued 20 years ago.
I'm asking for you to restrain and have some order, please, and thank you. I would ask that you refrain from conducting yourself in a manner.
You do nothing about it. This council has done nothing about it. And it's time that you stand up. That affects every citizen.
I'm calling for order in this chamber. I would ask that you refrain from conducting yourself in a manner that is not acceptable during the meeting. If you persist in conducting yourself in this manner as chair, I will be forced to ask you to leave this council chamber.
All of you. Shame.
I've asked you to refrain from conducting yourself. For the second time, I'm asking you to refrain from conducting yourself in a manner, and if you continue, I will be asked as chair for you to leave this chamber.
No problem. Answer your word.
For a third time, I have asked you to refrain from conducting yourself in this manner as chair. I'm asking you to leave council chamber, please. This is a democratic body. We need to continue in our deliberations. Thank you. The People's Chamber will continue its deliberations. We're on to 6.1, notice of the vacancy of the office of the Councillor of Ward 8. Motion to receive report FCS 25030. Moved by Councillor Spatafora, seconded by Councillor Wang. Any discussions on this memo? Recognizing Councillor Clark.
So just trying to understand exactly when we call a by-election.
I'll ask the clerk to summarize the intent of the memo and the report that will be forthcoming. Thank you.
Yeah, through you, Deputy Mayor, the legislation requires us to declare the seat vacant at the first meeting after an individual steps into a new office or resigns their role. This memo is just advising of the bylaw being on this agenda. At the June 11th GIC meeting, I will have the report brought forward that'll present the options to GIC and to council as to whether or not to proceed with an appointment process or a by-election.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor.
You're welcome. Mayor Horvath, on this item?
Yes, very briefly, I haven't had a chance to publicly thank Councillor Danko for his service to the city of Hamilton in the role of councillor in his ward. And I know that there are challenges right now because folks are feeling unrepresented. And so I'm very respectful of that challenge. And I think probably that's something, and I don't want to put words in anyone's mouth, that Councillor Clark is probably concerned about as well. I've asked for my staff to step up and work with the staff that are still remaining in the office for the Councillor Danko's former position. So please do reach out to the mayor's office. We will work collaboratively to try to serve the needs of those folks who don't have a councillor right now. And in closing, just to say, we're looking forward to working with Councillor Danko as a federal member to further the concerns and issues that the city of Hamilton faces that the federal government can be a partner in resolving. And he knows all those issues. And so I'm very hopeful that he will be beneficial in his current role. And this is a non-partisan comment. It's not partisan at all. He's our MP now for that ward with deep knowledge of our city. And I hope that will be helpful, and I wish him all success. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Horvath. Any further speakers to this? Seeing none, I need a show of hands, please. Thank you. That carries. On to 6.2, PW 25035A, Street Tree Planting Program Improvements, Lessons Learned, Additional Information. A motion to receive, moved by Councillor Jackson, seconded by Councillor Alex Wilson. Any further speakers? Any speakers to this item? Seeing none. A show of hands, please. Thank you. That carries. Okay, thank you. We are on to committee recommendations. 7.1, Councillor Spatafora, may I please have a motion to receive and approve the recommendations within the sole voting member of the Hamilton Farmers Market minutes of May 14th of this year.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. It's moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Ted McMeekin, that HA HFMS 25-002 being the minutes of the sole voting member of the Hamilton Farmers Market meeting held on Wednesday, May 14th, 2025, be received and the recommendations contained therein be approved.
Thank you, Councillor. I understand. Councillor Crutch, is there an amending motion coming forward to 7-1?
There is, as I said, when we met as council to discuss this, I'd be bringing an amendment forward to this item and seconded by Councillor Huang, and it can be put up on the screen. People asked if they could just have the detail, just a very brief summary here of the motion. This is to allow us to hire the consultant that we'd previously engaged. Staff identified that A, they don't have the staffing available to take on this work of implementing the governance. And I want to be really clear about this. This is not about the future vision of the Hamilton Farmers Market. It's not about the operational side of this. It's about implementing the governance plan. They don't have the folks on staff to be able to take on that work because this was supposed to have happened in the last term of council, essentially. Didn't. And then that staff's now been doing some other work. So we need to hire a consultant. This allows us to do that. And that's what the amending motion is for. It's on the screen. My seconder is Councillor Huang. Thank you.
Thank you. Speakers to the amending motion. I'll recognize Councillor Clark first. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I just get clarification from staff that there was funding approved in the last council to pay for this?
Oh, I beg your pardon. Chief Real Estate Officer, Mr. Kessler.
Yes, through the chair, Ray Kessler, Chief Corporate Real Estate Officer. There was funding for the study that led to the recommendations that were in front of the committee several weeks ago. The funding that is part of this motion is new funding because the work that was contemplated here was not originally scheduled to be done by a consultant.
So what's the cost for this new study?
So through the chair, we don't have a specific cost for procurement reasons. We are not really allowed to engage the consultant in that dialogue. We have an estimate at this point in time, and I believe as part of the motion, what we are looking at is an upset amount, including contingencies, just to ensure that we have sufficient funding. If the motion is approved as it's currently stated, then staff will certainly negotiate a contract that is satisfactory to meet the needs of the work to be undertaken.
Councillor Clark.
So we're being asked to approve a position without a funding cap.
Is that to the mover or to the staff?
To anybody. It's unusual for us to just say, here, hire a consultant, spend what you want.
I can briefly answer that. In the amendment, it says up to not to exceed $200,000. My understanding is that it won't end up being that high, but we can engage with the consultant right now to get a more specific number. So we're putting in that higher value, so it's not to exceed it. Something we've done many times before when having to go through sole source operations, but my understanding is it won't be quite that high, but it's there to saying there is a cap limit there set not to exceed $200,000.
Thank you.
Mayor Horvath.
Thanks. I appreciate the opportunity. Just want to clarify the reason for the engagement of the consultant, as was identified by the mover, is to have some oversight around the development of the new governance model for the farmers market. Is that correct?
The amendment speaks to the implementation of it. So what we've done right now at a high level by engaging the same consultants just moments ago, frankly, and they just wrapped up their contract, was to have them do a governance look at the Hamilton Farmers Market This will allow them to now come back and implement that. We didn't have a plan with details about exactly how it's going to work. So when we get the nuts and bolts of it, in terms of all the moving parts with the sole voting member, the board, staff, and so on, someone has to actually come up with a plan for how we're going to implement it. So right now, the recommendation is that we need to change what we're doing, and that recommendation was already before the sole shareholder, and this is to actually make the implementation plan happen.
Okay, thanks through you, Deputy Mayor. I really appreciate the explanation. And I would only say the one thing that struck me was the operating committee, which that sometimes can be challenging if you have a more of a professional body, which is my understanding that this is attempting to establish, which has been perhaps problematic in the past. We don't want to see any friction between the professional operation of the farmers market alongside of the voices with the appointees from the vendors that are
Order,
non-voting.
please, in the chamber. I cannot hear Councillor or Mayor Horvath.
But also, I'm sorry, Deputy Mayor, I'll stop.
Pause for a minute.
Water and wastewater.
Excuse me, I've asked 3 times.
Care about your water and wastewater. Care about any of your citizens. Care about nobody.
I have asked 3 times for you to refrain from interrupting the deliberations of this public chamber.
Only so they drink that brown water.
Please,
But it's okay.
I would ask you to stop.
Councillor B, did you drink it?
This session will be recessed for 5 minutes.
By the way, we got time. Yeah, we got.
6.2, after having a brief 5-minute recess, we're having some disorder in the council chamber. 7.1, beg your pardon, we are not on 6.2. We are on 7.1 of the Hamilton Farmers Market. We have an amending motion put forward by Councillor Crutch, seconded by Councillor Wang. And Mayor Horvath, you still have the floor.
Thanks very much. I'll just wrap it up by saying I just have some lack of understanding as to how you have the goals reached with a professionally operated kind of organization, if you will, that then has a operating committee that might come into conflict with the decisions being made. And I assume that this kind of mandate around the operating committee that's already identified as being necessary by the shareholder it will be part of the work that's being done by the consultant, how to make sure that there's a well-integrated kind of interface between the decisions that the board will be making, as well as what the operating committee will be recommending. That's all.
Thank you. Any further speakers on the amending motion? Councillor Crutch, please.
Just briefly wanted to respond to that, to let the mayor know that part of the reason the operating committee exists is actually to solve that very problem. And what had happened at the board for a very long time was that operational concerns were coming to the board that weren't appropriate. And so this is one standing committee we've had for a while now that's actually helped where staff, vendors, members of the board all get together and talk about some things. An example of something that comes up is issues we have with our loading dock. So we had a lot of problems with the loading dock because of the tight space that's there and the way that it works and functions. And so instead of trying to have those conversations at a board level, which should be there for strategic conversations, those kind of now happen at the operating committee and it can make recommendations to the board. So we just want to instantiate it there so that it was a part of the standing committees. And that was one of the things we recommended, just so that it continues to go forward, just no matter what other committees exist. It's been around for a while, just to be clear. It's not something brand new, but we're just trying to make sure that it works a little more effectively. And then in the future, it'll be part of a proper governing relationship. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Pauls, please.
Thank you, and quickly through the chair, I just want to ask, what's the difference? Last term, I was on the board, and I'm wondering what was the difference between last consultation we have and the consultation that we're having now, and how many more are we going to have? Thank you.
If it's okay, I can let you know what's happening with that.
Sure, you or staff, I just want to know the difference. Thank
Sure.
you.
So I'm happy to tell you really briefly. I think we talked about this at our last shareholder meeting, but I'll recap quickly. This is the governance review. The first part of it started in the last term of council, and then everyone decided to pause the governance review to ensure we had a vision for the market. And briefly, everyone said, look, we're making decisions about the governance, but we don't have a vision for the future direction of the market. We can't do governance until we have a future direction in place. So we paused the governance review, did the future direction, which is done.
This meeting is recessed for 5 minutes. 5 minutes. The May 28th, 2025 meeting of Hamilton City Council. We are coming out of short recess. We are on 7.1, Hamilton Farmers Market Report. And we have an amending motion on the floor. Councillor Pauls, you still had the floor unless you have concluded your questions.
I've concluded it, so everything's good. Thank you. Bye.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Clark.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor.
Ms. Horvath, you used to be in support of unions.
I'd like to speak to item DI.
DI?
DI ensures vendors still have a place on the Hamilton Farmers Market Board by creating 2 non-voting members.
Yes, please proceed.
The challenge that I have is the entire process with regards to the governance review was to clarify roles and responsibilities. The board of directors are responsible for the farmers market. The vendors are members of the vendors association, and the vendors association can communicate back and forth with the board. By designating 2 members from the vendors association to the board, you're now creating the very same conflict that we are trying to avoid. So I cannot support DI. And I'd like a vote separate on it, please.
I'll look to Clerk Trenum, please, for comment.
So thank you, Deputy Mayor. So we're currently dealing with Councillor Crutch's amendment on the floor. Once that's been considered, we could then
have a separate vote on
have
that
a separate
item.
vote on that section.
Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor.
You're welcome. Any further speakers to the motion? Order, please, in this chamber so that the body can have clear deliberations and that the public can hear us clearly and we can be held accountable. To anybody else on the amendment? Seeing none, if we can have an electronic vote on that, please, and thank you. Vote is up.
Do be aware you are all responsible as owners of that water treatment facility, the safety and well-being of the citizens of Hamilton. Who put you in?
Thank you. That carries 13-1. We're back to the report as amended, and I believe there's a request for a separate vote. Could you kindly identify the number of the separate vote? Oh, it's up. Thank you. So the separate vote has been requested for G on the staff report. I. Are any questions on that?
I'll just advise Deputy Mayor that it was D in the minutes, but after the amendment, it changed to G. So it is now GI.
All right. Thank you.
And I have it on the screen for everybody to see what they're voting on separately.
Councillor Crutch, on this item's pulled out. Please proceed.
Thanks. I understand Councillor Clark's concern. When we looked at this through the governance review process, the consultant identified that the reason why vendors found themselves in a conflict of interest was that matters before the board with respect to vendors were being voted on by vendors. And so that was the main conflict of interest. It wasn't that they shouldn't have voice or couldn't participate. We've also seen the Vendors Association change slightly in the last couple of years in terms of it being more active and having, their roles in terms of president, vice president, or chair and vice chair it might be. And the vendors on the board who currently sit there said, we understand that we may not be able to be here formally to be part of the formal governance process and to vote on things and have a say in that manner, but we want to be able to come and be at the table to speak, like we have for many of other subcommittees here, like LRT, for instance, where people don't get to vote, but they get to be present at the table and add comments and commentary. I don't think it's a conflict for people to be speaking on matters. Any matters to do with specific vendor issues will be handled in camera, and the vendors would not be permitted to be there at those discussions. So that's the understanding I have from the governance review, is that it does separate these things out. The non-voting allows people to still participate in the open session of the meeting, but doesn't create a conflict for them. Just like I think, again, same thing with the LRT subcommittee as an example. We have many people who are going to be impacted by the LRT, like BIAs, et cetera. They're all around the table and can openly comment on things, but don't get necessarily to weigh in on the decision itself. So I understand the concern, but I think this doesn't really fly afoul of what we're trying to do and respects the fact that vendors have been part of the market community for hundreds of years at this point.
Councillor Clark, order in the chamber, please, so we can continue our deliberations uninterrupted and so that the public can hear these deliberations. Order in this chamber. Councillor Clark.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. It is not good governance to have a board of directors running the farmers market and to have the vendors sitting on the same board, even if they're non-voting. There will be disagreements around that table, and there will be potential for interference to the board's due diligence. It is not appropriate. When I supported this in the very beginning, I made it very clear that there would be a board of governors, and then there would be a vendors association. And the vendors association can absolutely delegate to the board of directors, but they cannot sit around the table and participate in the directions and the discussions. Even if they're non-voting, it creates some serious issues with the governance structure. I cannot support it.
Thank you. Any further deliberations on this item? We'll be taking a vote separately, just so you know. Then we'll go back to the farmers market report as a whole, as amended. Okay? Again on this, Councillor Crouch, please.
Respectfully, I understand the position that Councillor Clark is taking with respect to governance. As the chair of the Hamilton Farmers Market, I can tell you from experience that I think this is a balanced approach to resolving the issues we have in front of us. I do think, again, there's many examples of where this is the case elsewhere. So we can disagree on that, that's okay. We can do so agreeably. I'm also somebody who prides himself on being somebody who cares about governance quite a bit. We can see this issue differently, and we disagree, and I'll be supporting this. Thank you.
Thank you. No further speakers on the item separately, then back to the report as amended. On the item separately, a vote, please. Thank you. That carries 10-4. Back to HFMS 25-002 as amended, please. An electronic vote. The vote is up now. Thank you. That carries 13-1. Okay. Before we get to 7.2, which is our the Public Works Committee, Clerk Trenum, could you please advise this chair what our procedural bylaw says pertaining to signs in the chamber?
Deputy Mayor, the procedural bylaw states in section 8.6, signs or placards are permitted at council and committee meetings, provided A, that they do not contain disrespectful or offensive language, they do not disrupt the meeting, they do not disrupt an attendee's ability to view the proceedings, and they do not contain solid handles or hard backings.
My ruling is that the signs that are presently up in the chamber are disrupting the ability of some members on this floor to see staff and the attendees, and I would ask those with signs to either move back where they're not disrupting the view or take them down. Thank you. That is my ruling. Thank you. Order in this chamber, please, so the deliberations can continue unfettered. Thank you. That is my ruling. If you could please put the signs down so that all members of the public can have a full view of these proceedings. That's part of our democratic exchange. We're on to 7.2, PWC 25-006, the Public Works Committee meeting of May the 20th, 2025. Councillor Pauls, may I please have a motion to receive and approve the recommendations within the Public Works Committee minutes of May 20th, 2025, and receive the correspondence items?
Thank you, Chair. That the Public Works 25006 being held the minutes of the Public Work Committee meeting held on Tuesday, May 20th, 2025, item 7.2 be received and the recommendation contained there be approved, and that the following correspondent items be received. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. That has been duly moved and seconded. I would ask Councillor Spatafora to please assume the chair. I have a slight amendment to item 7.4, which is respecting report PW 25035, street tree planting program improvements.
Councillor Wilson, please introduce your amendment.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm looking for it at present. If I could ask the clerk to kindly put it up on the screen. In essence, I'm just asking for a report back on to measure our success in getting the trees planted in the public right-of-way, and also to provide us with a record of the number of deferrals rather, that are registered by ward.
Thank you, Councillor.
And I'm fishing for a second.
Councillor Wang is the seconder. I believe, sorry, Councillor, are you finished? Yeah, good. Councillor Clark, I believe, is on the list, or is that from previous lists? Separate item. Okay, anybody on the amendment? Seeing none, we'll go to the vote. That carries 14-0. Deputy Mayor Wilson, you can assume the chair.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Councillor. Any further discussion on PW, Public Works? Yes, Councillor Clark. Item, please.
Item 6.1, Deputy Mayor. Item 6.1 is a delegation who presented with regards to encroachment of property at 94 Kingsview Drive, and I had indicated to the committee that I would be speaking to it at the council. I've done a little bit of research on encroachment issues in my ward over the last 5 years, Deputy Mayor. Ward 9 has had 135 attempted encroachments onto city property. 6 having buildings, sheds, garage, decking. The remainder were mostly fencing and landscaping, with some even yard waste dumping into city parks. All of the decisions by staff using their delegated authority without any appeals to the committee. In all cases, my office supported the staff decisions. During the discussions with regards to the building on Kingsview, there was questions asked with regards to permits and planning applications being received during the pandemic. My research has revealed that council had, staff had a frequently asked questions on our webpage for development approvals during the pandemic, and it was last updated July 6, 2020. That particular document in itself said very clearly, who do you contact with regards to a building permit matter, and it gave a phone number. The phone number was being monitored, and people who were calling it, calls were returned. Staff advised me about this particular property that there's many challenges with regards to the building being on city property. Part of it is that the land on which the building was built is zoned A, Conservation Open Space Park and Recreation, under the Hamilton zoning bylaw 6593, and in the Open Space Urban Hamilton official plan. So neither the zoning bylaw or the official plan permits the building of this single detached dwelling in the rear of the property, regardless of the fact that it's on city property. The above applications fees, if the individual wanted to proceed, would be to seek a formal consultation, an official plan amendment, a zoning amendment, and the cost to that alone would be $86,720. So if council is considering the sale of the...
We need to get us back to work.
Order in the chamber, please.
No, we're not going to order in the chamber.
Order in this chamber, please. Councillor Clark, you have the floor still.
So if council is considering the sale of the property to the resident, there would be a requirement to change the zoning and the official plans. While I clarified at the last Public Works meeting that there is an appeal process through the committee, consistency is key to avoiding an appearance of bias. This council has heard me several times point to common law requirements that governments and agencies must be procedurally fair in their deliberations and adjudication of appeals. While the resident made statements to me and to the Public Works Committee that he made several attempts at contacting staff to secure a building permit, his statements strain credulity when I consider the frequently asked questions that were placed in the city's webpage in 2020, to which many residents filed applications for home improvements, not only in my ward, but across the city. Finally, it is not lost on me that the council policy is to clear encampment structures from parks, and the same should apply to any structure that has been built by residents on a city park land. Therefore, given all of the above information, and I'd be happy to share my research with councillors, I cannot support any motion overturning staff's delegated authority, and I appreciate all the work that they put in. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Any further speakers on 6.1? Seeing none. We're back to PW as a whole. Would anyone like to speak to an item? I see none. So we'll have a vote, please. Excuse me, Councillor McMeekin, could you hit your mic? Thank you.
What, I'm assuming,
Not on a microphone. 300,000 a year.
Order, please.
I'm on the microphone now, so I'm assuming that a yes vote is in support of the staff recommendation.
There was no staff recommendation, Councillor. It was an information report because it was fully within the delegated authority that staff exercised in this regard. Councillor Clark was just bringing it up so he could speak to it.
Okay, so what are we voting on?
We're going back to the minutes as a whole.
Okay.
Thank you. Okay, so we're back to the minutes of a whole. There are no further speakers on the item. Public Works minutes of May 20th, please and thank you. Electronic vote. As amended, beg your pardon.
This is about private pool house built on public land, just so you know, 400,000 spent on a private pool house.
The vote is up. Thank you.
That carried
14-0, thank you.
14-0, yes.
Thank you, no problem. We have already done AFNA, so we will jump to 7.5, to the ECS 25-005 Emergency and Community Services Meeting of May 22nd. Councillor Clark, may I please have a motion to receive and approve the recommendations within ECS committee minutes of May 22nd?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. It's moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Cameron Kretsch that the ECS 25-005 being the minutes of the Emergency and Community Services Committee meeting held on Thursday, May 22nd, 2025, item 7.5 on today's agenda be received and the recommendations contained therein be approved.
Thank you. Would anyone wish to speak to any of those items? Seeing none, we'll have an electronic vote, please, on those minutes. The vote is up. Thank you. That carries 14-0. We're on to 7.6 and 12.4, PLC, Planning Committee of May 23rd. Councillor Wang, may I please have a motion to receive, approve the recommendations within that?
Yes, Deputy Mayor, moved by myself,
Open and
seconded by
close minutes.
Vice Chair Mark Taddison, that PLC 25007 being the open session minutes of Planning Committee meeting held on Friday, May 23rd, 2025, be received and the recommendations contained therein be approved. And B, that the closed session minutes of Planning Committee held on Friday, May 23rd, item 12.4 be approved as presented and remain confidential. And C, that the following correspondence items be received. Correspondence from Karen and Steve Carlina and the local resident group in opposition of 1494, Upper Wellington Development Proposal, Carolyn Houston, Janet Bard and Jim McCallum, Sophie Matzos, Dr. Peter Edmondson, Italo Di Pietro, Rick Pinder, and Laura S. Chalet, respecting minute item 12.1, report LS 25011, appeal to the Ontario Land Tribunal for lands located at 1494 Upper Wellington Street for lack of decision by zoning bylaw amendment in Ward 8. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Kassar.
Thank you.
So far, you
Chair.
spent $900,000 on a church, $400,000 on a pool house.
Order, please,
and you
in
can't
this
come with 300
chamber.
grand to get
Order.
new workers in this room back to work.
Sure that
What the
Mr.
hell
Kassar.
is going on here?
Councillor Kassar, you have the floor.
Be fair to yourselves.
You have the floor, Councillor.
Chair, I'd like to have a separate vote on 12.2.
A separate vote on 12.2?
Separate vote on 12.2. I won't speak to it because it was closed, but just I'd like to have a separate vote.
Separate vote on 12.2. Separate vote on 12.2 has been requested by a member. Okay. Any further comments on the planning minutes? Seeing none, if we can entertain a separate vote. Councillor Clark, please.
7.1, which is the current practices with respect to the protection of agricultural lands and sustainable development in relations to provincial projects and excess soil management practices. Just seeking clarification that we are not changing our site alteration bylaw.
Oh, make sure everybody's in next time when we come in. You guys are all a bunch of losers. Home bullshit.
Through you, Madam Chairman, to the councillor, Steve Robichaud, Acting General Manager, Planning and Economic Development Department.
I can't hear.
Councillor, if you could just pause 1 second. Councillor Clark, did you finish your remarks?
So it's item 7.1. It speaks to the protection of agricultural lands and sustainable development in relationship to provincial projects and excess soil management practices. We have spent a great deal of time on this council and the past council developing site alteration bylaws to protect agricultural lands from the importing of materials that is now being placed on those lands. I'm just wanting to verify that the City of Hamilton is not changing that site alteration bylaw in any way.
Acting General Manager Robichaud, please.
Through you, Madam Chairman, to the councillor is correct. This is an information report only. There are no changes to the existing site alteration bylaw proposed or contained in this staff report. Thank you.
And just one further clarification, can I understand, is the province proposing changes that would, in legislation, that would impact the site alteration bylaw, which incidentally, Deputy Mayor, has been adopted by many municipalities across the province of Ontario, citing the good work of the City of Hamilton?
Through you, Madam Chairman, to the councillor, that is correct. The province has been having consultation around changes to site alteration bylaws in terms of trying to provide clarity and standardization. But until such time as the province changes the legislation and staff determine there is a need to update or revise our bylaw, the existing bylaw will remain in force and effect as adopted by City Council. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Deputy Mayor.
You're welcome. Any further speakers on the planning minutes? Seeing none, we've asked, Councillor Kassar has asked for a separate vote. And then we'll go back to the report in full. 12.2, please and thank you. Thank you. That carries 12-2. Back to the planning report, the minutes in full. If we can have a vote, please. Thank you. There, thank you. That carries 14-0. We're moving into the Board of Health. Councillor Spadafora, may I please have a motion to do so?
Deputy Mayor, moves by myself, seconded by Councillor Alex Wilson, that council move into Board of Health for consideration of the Public Health Subcommittee minutes.
Thank you. Please, a raise of hands, please, to enable that movement. Carried. 7.7, Public Health Subcommittee minutes of May 20th, PHSC 25-005. Councillor Kretsch, may I please have a motion to receive those minutes?
So moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Alex Wilson, and this was a meeting which quorum was not achieved, so this is a report on that.
Thank you. Any comment or question on that? Seeing none, an electronic vote, please. The vote is up. Thank you. 14-0. Councillor Spatafor, I may have a motion to rise from the Board of Health.
Moved by myself, second by Councillor Alex Wilson, that the Board of Health rise as council to report and confirm the actions taken in the Board of Health.
Thank you. Please indicate your support with a raise of hand. Thank you. That carries. We're on to items for consideration. There are none. We have motions. 9.1, ensuring proactive decision-making and strengthened project oversight. Councillor Francis, I understand you would like to defer, but I'll leave you to advise us.
That's correct. I'd like to defer this to the June 11th General Issues Committee meeting, just in the absence of time with the absences coming up at noon. Thank you.
Thank you. Do I need to seek the approval of this body for that?
Yes, we also need a seconder, I believe.
I'll second it. Show of hands or electronic vote? Show of hands. Everybody is approving. Thank you. We're on to 9.2, Committee of Adjustment. Councillor Jackson, could you please present your motion?
I will, Deputy Mayor Maureen Wilson, moved by myself, seconded by the actual chair of the Selection Committee, Ward 12, Councillor Craig Kassar. Committee of Adjustment, whereas a member of the Committee of Adjustment has
Sorry,
passed away.
Councillor Jackson, a quick point of order before we move to the next item. I apologize for interrupting you, but I don't want to wait until we go too far away. It just occurred to me that we just asked to defer that item to the General Issues Committee, and I think it's actually a referral, not a deferral, if I could just clarify that.
It's a referral, Deputy Mayor. We'll make sure that's reflected in the minutes.
Thank you, Councillor Cretch.
Apologies, Councillor Jackson, sorry.
Thank you. You have the floor, Councillor.
In light of this morning, I'll take the apology. Councillor Cretch, thank you. Moved by myself again, seconded by the actual chair of the Selection Committee, Ward 12, Councillor Craig Kassar, Committee of Adjustment, whereas a member of the Committee of Adjustment sadly has passed away, creating a vacancy on this committee. Therefore, be it resolved that the Selection Committee for agencies, boards, and subcommittees be requested to fill the citizen appointee vacancy on the Committee of Adjustment. The only reason why I'm moving it is with Councillor Kassar out of the city the last couple of weeks. Clerks wanted to make sure that I was here as a member of the subcommittee, Selection Committee, Deputy Mayor Maureen Wilson, to move it and ensure it was placed before us today. May I just go further to say this is a very sad announcement. A wonderful member of the Glanbrook community, Vern Gaudier, who served in so many volunteer capacities. Councillor Taddison knew him almost from the beginning of their friendship many years ago. I'll let Councillor Taddison speak if he wishes to further. I'm just asking for some latitude. Councillor Wilson, I know this is just about moving ahead, requesting to fill the vacancy, but something needs to be said. Vern was, he was probably one of the most honest individuals I had ever met. And all his volunteer capacity was serving thousands of people across the city, primarily in his Glanbrook area. We recently just had the naming of his of the mezzanine, the Vern Gaudier mezzanine at the Glanbrook Arena, thanks to the unanimous support of the facilities naming subcommittee chaired by Councillor Kassar. And I just want to say that Vern was a proud member of the Committee of Adjustment. He was so very, very happy and honored to get back on the Committee of Adjustment. And sadly, a serious illness overtook him over the last few months. And he recently passed away. And there were something like several hundred people at the Glanbrook Arena to honor him and to support his family and his wife, Lorraine. And God rest his soul. And I'm going to personally and politically miss him. Thanks, Deputy Mayor Maureen Wilson.
Thank you. I know Councillor Taddison spoke very eloquently when we met last week, and I will be very happy to recognize him if he would like to speak again on the passing of Mr. Gaudier and/or the naming of the facility.
I'd just like to thank Councillor Jackson for his kind words. He said basically all that needs to be said. There were several hundred people in honor of Vern at his funeral at the Glanbrook Arena. It was packed. And that was also an honor to the man who truly was a pillar in our community. So thank you, Councillor Jackson, again. And on behalf of the family, I know that those words will mean much to them. Thank you.
The motion has been duly moved and seconded. It's up for your electronic consideration. The vote is up. Thank you. That carries 14-0. I believe we're on to statements by members. Counts? Yes. Okay. As per usual, before we move into closed, if anyone would like to advise us of any news or views in their ward or the city, please feel free to do so. But I would like to remind you that we do have 4 members leaving, but seeing Mayor Horvath, I apologize.
Not a problem at all, Deputy Mayor, and I want to once again say to you personally and in front of all members and folks that are watching that I'm very grateful for you stepping up. Hopefully, I'll be in shape for the next council meeting, but I really very much appreciate what you've done to support the work that needed to be done as Deputy Mayor in my absence, and so much gratitude for that. I just wanted to say I've started to get back into the events kind of roster and had an opportunity to kind of ease in, if you will, with a smaller event, but wonderful Africa Day celebration, Africa Day event that was put together by the Hamilton Black Health Community leaders. And there was one request, well, there were a couple requests, but the one I think we can maybe look forward to at some point is declaring Africa Day for the city of Hamilton. So I'll have my staff working on that. Yesterday, there was the Commissionaires Centennial event, which was, maybe that was the day before yesterday. I get them all confused. It's been quite a journey here, but 100th anniversary of the Commissionaires, and they chose to come to Hamilton to celebrate that. It's not till July, but they did want to celebrate the 100 years tradition of the service that's provided by retired veterans, RCMP, reservists, etc. We really appreciate what they do and what they've done for 100 years in terms of supporting our safety in our communities. I'd also just want to briefly say that yesterday there was an event that was co-sponsored by the Chamber of Commerce and the YWCA on women leaders. It was amazing. We had a number of women city staff in leadership positions that were there, as well as leaders across all sectors, private sector, public sector, education sector. It was very inspirational. So really pleased to be in a city where there's so much activity at the grassroots level and so much a great celebration that happens. It's where the real city of Hamilton lives, in my opinion, and I'm really happy to have been able to attend those events and know that the number of you around the table have been undertaking those events on my behalf in the last several weeks. And once again, just want to share my gratitude. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Mayor Horvath. Again, if I may, it is a great honor and privilege to get out of the halls of social media and to go where, as you say, the real people are. And the responsibility of the head of council to ensure that they are seen and heard so that people feel that this city is theirs. It's tremendous, the amount of people who do so much heavy lifting to be in their presence, to share in their time. I don't know, frankly, how you do it in terms of the schedule, but May has been a very busy month. So thank you. It's always good to see you getting better. Councillor Jackson, did you have comments, please?
Just one, Deputy Mayor Maureen Wilson. Ward 12 and Ward 13 are keeping a close eye on me today in light of the 4 departures at noon. So I need to say that on a lighter note, the seniors kickoff of Seniors Month in June is occurring on Wednesday, June the 4th at Carmen's. They had to quickly switch venues because they traditionally hold at Michelangelo's. We all know it's sadly what's happened at that banquet hall. So Wednesday, June 4th, from 10 a.m. to 3 p.m. at Carmen's Banquet Hall. Seniors Advisory Committee, City of Hamilton, Hamilton Council of Aging, all putting on the great seniors kickoff for thousands of seniors that will kick off all the great amenities, programs, services, facilities that we offer here in our great city of Hamilton, all coordinated by this wonderful three-party volunteer group. And of course, from our city staff standpoint, great kudos always to project manager Lisa Maychuk for coordinating everything. Hope to see everybody on June 4th. Thanks, Deputy Mayor Maureen Wilson.
Thank you. It's good to know that councillors are keeping an eye on you. There are no further speakers wishing to make any remarks. We're going into private and confidential. 12.1, closed session minutes. May I have a motion to approve those minutes of May 7th of this year as presented? Moved by Councillor Cassar, seconded by Councillor Spadafora. A raise of hands, please. Thank you very much. Members of council, that carries. Do you wish to move into closed session to discuss 12.3, the appointments to the fence sitters for the 2022-2026 council term? I don't see any such move. So, Councillor Alex Wilson, would you please present your motion 12.3?
Thank you. Through you, Chair, this is another selection committee motion moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Cassar. I'm not going to read out all the whereases, but just summarizing the kind of page in front of me here. We need to have a fence viewers committee because there's a need for having a committee meeting. We don't currently have a committee meeting, selection committee roster. Selection committee wasn't unable to find the interested applicants in the first round. And at that moment in time, direction was sent to ask interested members of the COA and Ag and Rural Affairs Committee to self-indicate their interest for appointment. There was a bit of delay in fulfilling that direction, but that has now been done. Those are the members that are in close that, upon reading out the therefore be it resolved, will be appointing today. And that's the process that led to this. So skipping to that, therefore be it resolved that the following individuals be appointed to the fence viewers for the remaining of the 2022 to 2026 council term commencing on May 28, 2025 until its successor is appointed. There are 9 appointees: Donna May Lord, Mel Switzer, Alan Freeman, Robert Cominar, Rob Jones, John Boerma, Enrique Simonetti, Jody Crickmore, and Misha Cherubin. And B, that staff be directed to prepare the requisite bylaw pursuant to the Line Fences Act, RSO 1990. That's it.
Thank you. And sorry, your seconder was Councillor Cassar, beg your pardon. Okay, any comments or questions on that motion, direction? I see none, so if you could vote electronically, please. Thank you. That carries 14-0. To my colleagues and to the viewing public, we will be going into closed session. May I please have a motion to do so? Councillor Wang, seconded by Councillor Taddison, to consider item 12.5 pursuant to section 9.3 subsection D of the city's procedural bylaw 21-021 as amended, and section 2392 subsections D of the Ontario Municipal Act 2001 as amended, as the subject matter pertains to labor relations or employee negotiations. Please indicate your vote. The vote is up. Thank you. That carries 14-0. Members of the public, we will continue. You can continue following this council, following closed session portion. When you see members rejoin, we'll wait up to 5 minutes before reconvening into open to enable people to catch up. Okay. Into closed. Thank you. Good afternoon. This is a meeting of Hamilton City Council. It is May the 28th, 2025. We've just coming out of closed session, now back into open. I need a motion to receive PW 25038 and maintain its confidentiality. It is item 12.5, Labor Dispute Update, Hamilton, Ontario Water Employees Association. Moved by Councillor Spadafora, seconded by Councillor Kazar. An electronic vote is required. Oh, yeah, sorry. Thank you. That carries 11-0. Councillor Spadafora, may I have a motion on the bills?
Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Tom Jackson, that bills number 25-016 to number 25-119 be passed and the corporate seal be affixed thereto, and that the bylaws be numbered, be signed by the mayor and the city clerk to read as follows from 106 to 119. Thank you.
Any comments or questions on the bills? Seeing none. If you would vote, please. Thank you. That carries 11-0. This meeting is adjourned. There is no further business.